3，1、2、3，有了，1、2、3，1、2、3，1、2、3，1、2、3，1、2、3。你是不是把声音推出去？监听。我那儿有吗？1、2、3，1、2、3，1、2、3。OK， 我把都开机了。
他来了，他跟我说他想打这个，上就上，他要不上这个上，反正怎么地也能上一个。今天晚上如果有油味有收人民币的，帮我收来。因为我收不了多，因为我收那个。再有收吗？收吧。你就别走开了，就在这儿等着收。
还有谁没说抽座位？大部分没抽，大部分。
几个桌子？3号。哎，那个大
嗯？能大声什么？现在是开了没有？这个
开的，你尝尝这个。
我看哪个灯代表？
您中途上厕所或者抽烟的时候，你就尝尝这个头。这样之后它就开，我帮你带一下。
你别让老师弄了，我那直接瞄了，你别让弄了，一会儿就忘开了就。所有的是5号和6号，7号。
OK。3号没拿。这个带麦，给老师看的。
6个人都签过表了是吧？上多少？上多少？你们？上1万。
1万。
对，1万。好。编号几号位啊？编号几号啊？这儿7号。7。完了。
Hello.
抽的位置不太好。
拿点水果。
这是50的、100的、1000的。
有没有？叫他点个橙汁，应该有餐桌吧？
对啊，会有，就那个小桌的。
哦。没啥，这
是50，蓝的是100，这个是1000，黄的是1000，金色是1000，金色是1000。
哦，这个少可以，啊。
Hello。
放在哪？啊，这。
还需要待会儿我也想要一个咖啡，
帮我弄个橙汁啊。
哎呦，你看多少？多点名？
啊，
你看多少？
1万。
1万。
这个是多少的
100
？100的。1000、2000、3000、4000。这个呢
50，
好，
这个最大的1000，
那为什么要50呢？是50、100。
这个是50的，
这个是
Hello. 100在上面的有100在上面。Hello. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
你看多少？刚多少？可以了。50、100。这是50、100的。正好是1万。
到3号位才提的，
对，坐3号位，3号位。
一样，我念的。
现在是开着，明天开。
如果少了1000呢？
扔兜里就行。
嗯，
对，这个是1000。
这个100，啊这个100。
这个是50。
你看这样可以吗？
可以。哦，8会在这。哦。
Hello. Hello.
可以玩手机的。离开桌可以，或者在桌下。哦，离开桌可以，在桌上不能玩。就是手机在下面。
Hello. Hello. Okay. Where's
开了。啊，你不刚才不是开了
Is
吗？
Ron here already?
开了。
Okay. I'm hearing chips, but I don't see chips on the video. So I should be hearing the audio from this video that I'm seeing now, where there are 5 people around the table with the...
没手牌也不能玩手机啊。
Oh. Okay, if I'm hearing the audio, I'm looking at my video now. There are no people at the 6 gentlemen in headsets. I'm not hearing that audio. I'm hearing the audio with the chips.
是什么？
应该有。
就我们6个人吗？5个鸭鸡啊。
辣子鸡还有人吗？就没人来了后边。
那4个鸭哦5个。
我后面还有一个。
上次不是有那个白色牌吗？给这鸭子有点
够
重。
还有那 indicator。
在等那个直播后台啊。
切牌。
它需要垫牌是吧？垫在下面，把牌到时候放在这个黑框里边。
搞笑呢。
强哥，
这个
强哥就帅了这么多。
切牌不对，切牌。这个大小不对。他看太小了。切牌不对，他变魔术了这是。
他这个是芯片牌啊，应该是。
对，
比较大。早知道不穿这么厚的衣服。
对，这里会比较热，灯不亮。
对。那外面又不会有点。
我们拿鱼是不是要秀牌啊？
对，第一个
西瓜，
就是每一个拿都要秀牌啊。
对。
他还要秀牌这种。
就拿鱼那手牌一定要秀。
开牌，拿鱿鱼要开牌。
还不开吗？
第一条，你后面的你有鱿鱼再赢吃就不用了。
找到了。
鱿鱼吗？很正常的，一人最多拿一个。
就是
最多拿一个。
就是有鱿鱼在的时候再赢就不用
了。第一个，除非你不要鱿鱼也可以不开是吧？
showed. You showed.
Sure.
You showed. It's clean. It's clean. You showed. It's clean.
那短桌打鱿鱼就必须要弄起来。Sorry, sorry,
比较血腥。
sorry. Hello. Sorry.
Here. Thank you. And reboot. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
第一次打鱿鱼机。open 都要这么大吗？
看每个人打法不一样。 1-8. 1-8.
Number 7 is 1,800. Number 18, number 2, number 62.
Seven.
谁呀？说一下。
哇操，凶狠！6花都学习了。我操，没看懂。
你没看懂？
我真没看懂这个。
我也没看懂。
啊？可以。
可以。
我也看不懂，所以
这玩意儿打的好奇怪啊！
我也看不懂。
我操，你为啥没有6花收档啊？
啊，我为什么要收档？不用收档。
垃圾，5万。
还打的有点吓人啊！我操！
我也没办法。
不是。
Yes, struggle。
这应该收档吗？这牌不收档吗？牛逼嘞，这也打的。
无限鱿鱼，你一会儿这会儿已经3个了。无限鱿鱼这会儿已经3个了。他赢了3个鱿鱼。这个就没得紧了，大家都啊，紧不了。
好的干。
豆腐。哇塞，你是吃吧哦，看到了。
get our audio back. Because earlier it was working. And our blinds, 50, 50 and $100. And everybody has bought in for 100 big blinds. And the hands making the steal with King Jack here on the dealer button. Raise it up to 600. And times 5. And we have a Shu Jiaming on the big blind, thinking what to do here with Ace, Queen of Hearts, facing a raise. Looks like a 3-bet could be in order here. You're, of course, a pretty decorated player out of China. A little over 355,000 US dollars in career earnings. In terms of the tournament, at least, he's playing out of position, so he just opted to raise this one. Some action really on the first hand of this cash game that we're going to be showing to you. Bumped it up immediately to $1,800. Now, hands is in position if he just continues here. And this could mean anything from that big blind position, but again, it's up to let it go. So the first blood is drawn, and he immediately shows that he had the goods. Talking about Shu, who was in the big blind there. Yeah, we are going to bring you all of the action here. As much as we can. We're still trying to get our audio back. Got 6 players so far here. Nine, 5, 2, 7. One of the more interesting nicknames you're going to see. Or some of them could be going by their online names as well. Blind versus blind here, 5-4 offsuit. Reddragon. Oh, how about this? Everybody's got something. Raised by Dong on the dealer button, and once again, Zhu Jiaming with a premium hand. Ace King this time. And again, 2 easy takedowns to start our cash game going by Han. Now look at Han. So he is 30 years old and has been in the circuit for 10 years already. There's a gun action here from 9-5-2-7. A pretty handsome look at pre-flop. Queen 4 of hearts. Made a raise. Once again, our cash game is a 50-100 game. The races have been pretty significant here. Shu picking up another pretty one. This time it's offsuit. King 10 offsuit from the dealer button. They decided to make the call, and that's going to drag the blinds in. And we're going to see our first flop of this cash game. It is Ace Queen 9. And Tian Hao able to pick up top pair here with a backdoor flush draw. He does have a not so sexy kicker. Gut shot here for Shu. Everybody has checked to the initial raiser. And the guy with only king high is going to continue for 600. Now Shu's got himself a gut shot in position, so he's just going to opt to make the call. And those blue chips are worth $100 each. And John, who's actually got the best hand of this group so far with top pair, he's going to stick around. It is a rainbow board. See if he can pick up another heart on the turn. The turn is a 7 of clubs. No help to anybody. John Hao is still on top here with his pair of aces. Story that 9527 is going to continue to tell here. He's put on the brakes. Now, Xu Jiaming, still needing a jack to complete that straight. He will check. So check, check, check on the turn. And that check mark is now going to go to Tian Hao with his pair of aces. But the kicker is so weak that I don't know if he can actually place a bet in. He does make a small one. Oh, that's not a small one. That's a bet to 1,000. That's a third of the pot. And if Xu, well, I was about to say, if Xu wants to take a stab at this, he'll have to raise substantially. So, Yan Hao, the first time we've seen community cards so far here at our cash game, is going to pick up a substantial one there. And the cash game dynamic so different from the tournament dynamic that we're so used to when we're watching. So far, we only have 6 players here. We could have a little bit more later on here at the Reddragon Poker Room in Jeju, Korea. Of course, also ongoing here at Jeju is the Asian Poker Tour. Right here at the Shinhwa World, at Jeju Shinhwa World. Here at the Reddragon Poker Room. Cash game action is starting to heat up. Hans under the gun. Ace-9 didn't even have to think about it. He just picked up a few blue chips and chucked them in there. Raised 500. Might get away with this from under the gun. Of course, only 6 players in this game so far. What is that? He also threw in his BB8 card protector when he made the raise. That's how confident he was. Everybody bought in for $10,000. So it's going to be 100 deep to begin. Of course, not everybody's got 100 deep right now. There's a guy to your right that's already made substantial gains. Not seen much from Da Hang. He's a YouTuber. Just want to see how his YouTube game comes into play in this cash game from the cutoff. He is just announcing his presence here. Da Hang, the 31-year-old YouTuber, has been playing poker for 15 years, and his favorite player is Phil Ivey. One of the Phil Ivey hands. We've seen him raise with a lot. 3 bets, though, coming from the dealer button from Tian Hao. And he is going to take it down. Boy, Tian Hao, after picking up that win with a pair of aces earlier, now started to build that stack up. Looks like everybody's got, I believe, a BB8 card protector right there. You love to come to a cash game and they give you a souvenir. That appears to be everybody's souvenir here in Jeju. Xu Jiaming. We were talking about him earlier, boy. $155,000 career earnings in tournaments alone. Could be seeing him in some of the more lucrative tournaments coming up here in the Asian region. Of course, right next door is the APT. Probably just passing the time right now and trying to make a little something on the side. 9527 comes in for a raise at the dealer button. I'm not quite sure if anybody's going to have anything to say about this. Song is interested with 7-5 offsuit. Bunch of diamonds. The only diamond belonging now to 9527. Although that is a gut shot for Dong. He has checked it back to the initial raiser. 9527 with only 9 high. Well, that's a more very interesting nickname that we've come across here. Continue for 200. Dong might be thinking about calling this gut shot as well. Although it's a very monochrome board. He is going to make the raise, though. So that was the plan. Come in with 7-5 and have a plan right from the get-go. So he is raising this now with his gut shot. 9527 does have a flush draw, but it's only 6 high. Could this be enough to get the gentleman with the numerical nickname out of the equation? Oh, he has position. He is going to stay in there. Interesting how this is going to turn out with the jack of spades coming out on the turn. Now, Dong has taken the betting lead. Oh, he's check, raise, check. Oh, 9527, what do you make of this? He checks behind, though. And a 3 of diamonds comes off on the river. So a 6 or an 8 high flush for 9527. Dong looks like he's given up. I'm not quite sure if you could be happy with hitting your 1 card flush with a 6 of diamonds. Let's see how 9527 proceeds here. Usually we see players behind at this point because they do have showdown value. But if his opponent doesn't have, that's 1,100. I'll see if his opponent can bluff into him here and investigate this. Why check, raise, and check? And check again on the river. Again, Dong's got 7 high. And there's the re-raise. Oh my goodness. This is a very meta hand that you're watching here. 9527 does have a flush, but again, it's only a 6. Now he's being tested here by Dong, who check raised the flop, checked the turn, checked the river, and comes out firing. That's why I was very surprised that 9527 tried to go for value when he did have showdown value. Now he's in a rut. 1,700 more to call. The pot is 6,000. Could be worth the gamble, but you could be up against a higher flush. Oh, this might work for Dong. He's busted on everything. He's busted on the straight. He has not hit the board at all. But that check raise on the flop is now starting to loom large. Again, you can't fault 9527 for trying to go for value, but he had showdown value and he didn't take it. And now he may throw this away. Or does he have something up his sleeve yet? Again. Those are the 2,000 chips he's about to throw in, and he does make it. Wow. Dong almost got away with it, too. Now, 9527 is very lucky that his six of diamonds was good enough. Probably be thinking of just calling for or Just checking behind because he did have showdown value. Everybody's still like wondering what the heck happened there. This is like the fifth hand of our cash game, and immediately somebody's got a massive stack. I wish we could hear what they're saying, though. Yeah, that's what you like about cash games. You can reload. You can come in again. Again, everybody just came in for $10,000, 100 BB deep. When you're 100 BB deep, you can see a lot of fireworks just like that. As Tian Hao is now under the gun. He has the same ace-3, different suit, though, that he won a big pot with earlier. It's ace-3 of clubs this time. He won earlier with ace-3 of hearts. Look at Dong going all the way down to 5,600 on the very first hand he played. So after the raise to 500, Xu Jiaming is going to make the call from the big blind. So there's 3 of them in there. 9-7 for Da Heng. And he has hit top pair. Everybody with sort of a piece of this right now. Got a double gutter here for Xu. It's gone check to the initial raiser. Tian Hao, who's going to continue here with bottom pair, a pair of 3s. And the Xu already with a call with that double gutter. You can 8 or 4 to complete a straight. He has made a raise, actually, with this double gut shot. Also does have a backdoor flush draw. Now, Dahen is actually the one who's ahead here with top pair. He has opted to fold. Boy, what a power play there for Xu. Had nothing but a double gut shot. And he just barreled his way through that pot. Yes, we try to fix the audio of this interesting cash game that we're having here. Once again, we are at the Reddragon Poker Room at the Landing Casino in Jeju, Korea. Local time is 8:37 p.m. Again, those little brown chips there, or the little gray chips, those are worth 50 each. The blue chips are worth 100, and those gold chips are worth 1,000 each. 9527, who barely escaped in his last hand, has a 6 of diamonds. He's being chased by diamonds right now. He won with a diamond flush earlier. He has made a raise now from the hijack position with a 6 of diamonds. Dong on the dealer button. This could be round 2. Makes the call there with Queen 9 off. Xu joining as well with Jack 9 offsuit. And the Hang is going to save some money being in the sandwich with 9-3. Although he was getting a good price to just come in and join, but not with the hand that he had. So 3 to this flop. Oh, 2 diamonds, but there's a Jack on the window as well. Also a gut shot for Dong. So everybody's got something here. It's a nut flush draw coming from 9527. And they have checked it over to Dong, who's got an open-ended straight draw. Everybody's checked. There's the flush, although the board is now paired. The nut flush now belonging to 9527. And Xu Jiaming, he is first to act here. He has 2 pair. He's paired his Jack. Dong is drawing completely dead, despite the fact that an open-ended straight draw still looks pretty enticing at this point. How about the bet to 300 by Xu? Once again, 9527. He does have to proceed a little cautiously here as the board is paired. But you got the nut flush. So that 300 bet is nothing. He's going to find out where he's at by raising it up now to 1,200. Queen 9 is out of there. And one more street for Xu Jiaming. Needing a 7 or a jack to get there. It does not happen. It's a 4 of spades on the river. He has checked. And now 9527 may opt to bet for value. What's his move? $3,100. Can you call this with just a pair of jacks, though? $9,527. He says his occupation is boss. He has been bossing this table, and he's only been playing for 6 years. And Xu can't call with top pair. So another flush, making the boss some money here. His favorite player, he says, is Lin Tian Yu. So the boss, let's call him that right now, instead of 9527. That's a name he's going with. Again, only playing for 6 years. And behind that mask is a smile of contentment after the diamonds have been friendly to him so far. Again, we're still waiting for our audio to resume. We had audio when we started the test here today, but obviously that's hit a rut at the moment. Ninth hand. Far heads up. Oh, more diamonds here for 9527. I don't think he's going to play 9-3 from under the gun. Hands is going to play a suited hand, though. It's ace 10 of clubs. No one wants to have anything to do here with Hans with a pretty silver chain that he has around his neck. Talking about Hans, 30 years old. He's been playing poker for 10 years, as we already said before. It looks like he could just tear this place apart as well. He's a stock investor, by the way. And usually the stock investors are pretty adept at mathematics, which could give them an advantage at the poker table. He does have a suited connector right now to begin the next hand, hand number 10. 6-5 of spades. He just makes the call. He just limps in. Dong, who has rebought, at least added 10,000 more to his stack after that debacle he had earlier, is going to make a raise. Raise it up to 1,400. Nobody with anything to call with. 9527, the boss, in the big blind with ace-3 offsuit. Seeing a limp and a raise, and a substantial one at that. He has the worst position of the three. He decides to just fold. Let's see if Hans continues what he started. He is coming in for a call. Out of position, too. Flop is 7-5 deuce. Both have hit. Top pair ace kicker for Dong. Hands with middle pair. And perhaps a backdoor flush draw. Dong will continue. Bet of only 500 after raising it to 1,400. Could smell like overcards that have whiffed. Little does he know it's actually top pair. So Hans is going to see where he's at by raising this to 1,500. Remember that Dong has just added more chips. Just added on 10,000 more. Uh-oh. He is not going to call. He is going to raise. That's up to 4,000. So maybe not an overpair, maybe not overcards, maybe an overpair. Only a pair of fives for Hans, just a bluff catcher. $2,800 more to call, once again out of position. What does the math tell the stock investor? He's gone all in with just a pair of fives. And Dong, who has just replenished his stack, is going to make the call. Wow. Think about what's happening here, folks. Hans needs a 6 or a 5. Or running cards. There's one of the running cards. He's picked up more outs. Now a 9 or a 4. And he is not going to get there. Two pairs going to take it down for Dong. And Hans is out. And he says rebuy. No, he just says the magic word chips. He's not leaving his seat. Boy, what a fortuitous 3-bet pre-flop to keep telling that story. And he actually did make a hit. So he's back in the black, as we say. After being a negative 5,000 earlier after the first hand that he played. Rebought. And now he's got more chips than anyone at the table. Talking about Hans, who's probably texting his friends. Hey, we just doubled through. So again, more chips coming the way of Hans, who has just lost his initial buy-in of $10,000. Coming in with a fresh stack of 10,000 again. But the straight does not belong to Shu. Shu's only got ace king. There was a river already of I believe the 9 came on the turn and the 8 came on the river. A hand with the mystery hand. And made a bet making the pot now $3,400 or $5,900. I believe this is already on the river. Nothing doing there. Oh, Queen 10. That made a straight on the river. So the hand is first move. Immediately profitable for this gentleman, Dahen. I believe he's the YouTuber that we were talking about earlier. Of course, we're going to double check that. Yep, occupation YouTuber. 15 years playing. And his favorite player is Phil Ivey. Involved in a hand earlier. That was his first major pickup. How about Dong, who just rebought earlier? Was down to 5,000, rebought. Won a massive pot. Now he's up to 25,000 in chips. And Shu was on fire earlier when the game began. He's down to 8,400, but he does make a raise from the hijack with 8-7. I don't think anybody's going to have anything to stand up to him with. So up to 9,100 again. For the guy they call Jimmy. Actually, that is his nickname. Jimmy Shu. This facility we're at here right now, all the cameras set up, all the tech has been set up here. We just need to fix our audio and we'll be all set to go. But so far we've been seeing a lot of great action here. So hand number 13. Local time, we're approaching 9 p.m. here. I'm not quite sure if these gentlemen have had dinner yet. Dahen, now we see his cards. King Jack off suit, making a raise now from the hijack position. There are only 6 players here. That's tantamount to being in the +1 position. Dong. He's got a suited king. Might give the hand some action here. Of course, the hand raising with King Jack off suit. King 7 of spades for the guy who's got the most chips at the table right now. So he's going to make the call and see a flop. Love that little card protector there. Queen, 4, deuce, 2 diamonds. A complete miss for both. It's gone check, check. Now a jack comes off. That immediately gives the check mark to Dahen. And he immediately puts in some chips. Don't see Dong continuing in this hand anymore. So Dong is going to fold. And Dahen, who has been quiet from the onset of this match, suddenly involved in back-to-back hands. Did get involved in the hand earlier that he lost. There's a guy who's just rebought. Talking about hands, who's now put on extra clothing because it's starting to get a little nippy where we are here at the Reddragon Poker Room in Jeju, Korea, the Landing Casino in Shinhwa, Jeju. The hand is under the gun. Wonder what kind of content he shoots on YouTube, though. He's probably a dead ringer for Greg Goes All In or something like that. Hands with a new replenishment of chips. Folded to him on the dealer button. He's going to raise it with 9-8 off suit. Dong's got a suited queen, though. The Queen 9 of Hearts. The King 7 got him into trouble earlier. Oh, he can afford this, of course. Raises to 500. Thing is, he's thinking about position, so he might consider making a raise, which is what he does. He'll pump it up to 2,000. That puts pressure now on Jimmy Shu. And Jimmy's going to fold his suited ace. Doesn't want to be in the sandwich. Hans, of course, is going to make the call. He's just going to flat out fold. He's not going to get involved anymore. Remember, he did lose all his chips earlier to Dong. So he just donates $500 more to the stack of Dong. Wish we could get their countries, though. I mean, and the side-up sheets that they had no countries. We know there's a collection of international talent ongoing because of the Asian Poker Tour right next door. You have a lot of Chinese, Japanese, and Korean players in the building. Here's one of them from China. Tian Hao under the gun. Nine, 5, 2, 7. Seeing another diamond. It's just a 6 of diamonds, though. But makes a raise. How about Hans now? With a suited connector with the queens. And he is going to 3-bet this, it appears. The raise was to 400. And it's a 3-bet now to 1,300. Dong's got pocket nines. This could be a hand that's loaded with action. Dong's in the dealer button right now. Usually when you do have nines in this spot, you just call because you do have position. Not quite sure with the way Dong's been playing, if he's just going to call here. Looks like it's just a call. Oh, he put a little bit extra mustard on this. It's now a 4-bet to 3,500. Gotta love the cash games, folks. 9-5-2-7, the initial raiser has folded. Hans is also going to fold. So not wanting to see a flop, just wanting to take it down. A 4-bet from Dong gives him the most chips at the table. He already had the most chips at the table before we began the hand. This is a squid game, of course, that we have. So that's not a BB-8, that's a squid. That's a pretty squid, though. Under the gun, a raise to 400 from 9-5-2-7. Pocket kings for Hans. And of course, he's going to 3-bet this. It's a pretty squid. Everybody out, except let's see what the initial raiser decides to do. Too much heat. So kings get paid off slightly by making 550. He takes someone's squid. Seventeenth hand of the game at the Reddragon Poker Room here in Jeju, Korea. Dong looking down at a pretty hand with the 6 players in. Suited Jack 10. Oh, this is a prettier hand. A suited Ace King for Jimmy Shu. So the raise was to 400. Here's your little 3-bet now coming in. That looks like 1,600. $9,527's got the same suited jack as the initial raiser dong. But again, being in the big blind, being in the worst position, how do you play this? Does not even play it. Looking at a raise and a re-raise. Now dong out of position. He just wants to check out how much his opponent has. The answer to that is 7,300. Dong's got 3 times that stack. And he just committed 1.6 or 1,600 of his stack. And a laydown coming from Dong. Pretty much knew that if he did come in, that his opponent would probably just go and chuck the rest of it in. Eighteenth hand down of this game. Everybody's having a blast here at our venue at the Reddragon Poker Room in Jeju, Korea. Jimmy Shu. That's from the +1. Firing with 10-8 offsuit. $9,527. A little bit of a pause here with 7-5 offsuit. Yeah, he's coming in. Hands is priced in, or actually there's, yeah, he just had to make a little bit more of a call, 200 more to call, and he does with Jack-2 offsuit. As you know, he's got the best hand, and now he's hit on this flop of Queen, Queen, Jack. Of course, his kicker could use some work. The initial raiser now has picked up a gut shot. So Jimmy Shu, needing a 9 to complete his straight, will continue his story. And Hans is going to stick in there with a pair of jacks. And the turn card is a king. Doesn't help Jimmy. Jimmy, of course, still needing that 9, but decides to pull the brakes now. River card's a 10. So that gives Jimmy a pair. Hans has checked all the streets except for he just made the call on the flop, but means that it's a check called and a check, and checking the river once again. So Jimmy might think that his 10 might be the best hand. Could put his opponent on a flush draw. Yep, he does have a pair of 10s, but decides to take the cautious route. He does have showdown value, and he's shown the bad news that his 10 was no good. So Jack Deuce taking it down for Hans. Already on his second bullet, so to speak. This entire facility has been set up just for us to give you a live stream. And we'll be doing this all week, folks. Hopefully I get somebody to work with very soon. I was supposed to be working with Coach Ron Regis, but that's been a technical difficulty. So it looks like I'm flying solo here today. So Jimmy Shu has made a raise from under the gun here with King 10 of spades. Making the call. Oh, that's a raise actually from Tian Hao with ace 3 offsuit. So a raise and a re-raise. Dong's got an ace as well, but seeing a raise and a re-raise, opts not to join. Shu might see a flop, and he will. Flop comes 9-8-6, a miss for both. However, Shu with 2 overcards, backdoor flush, and a gut shot straight draw. He's not going anywhere, and Chan decides to pull the brakes for the moment. Turn cards is 7. The straight gets there for Jimmy Shu. He's got a 10 high straight. Now does Jimmy try to get some value now? That is a second club on the board, though. See if he gets tries to go for thin value. It is thin value. 700. Tian Hao only with the ace high. Didn't get there. Remember, he 3-bet this pre-flop. Then suddenly didn't want to continue after the board became so connected. So Jimmy Shu picking up some more chips. I'm seeing if we can get that dealer who pitches with one hand. That'd be really great if we had that dealer here too. Quite entertaining. There is a dealer here in Jeju who just holds the entire deck with one hand and pitches everything with the same hand. Amazing. The hand getting involved here now. He's got ace 8 of clubs, making a raise from under the gun. No calls yet. He's going to get action. Ace king for Hans. Has made it a 3-bet to 1,200. Jimmy Shu out of there with ace 5. So the hand, the initial raiser, 800 to call. He will not. So after losing all of his chips in one hand, Hans has come back quite nicely. Lots of smiles here in a game where you're just trying to take everybody's money. Of course, for these gentlemen, it's just a regular day, except for one distinct difference. You're all on TV today. How about just a call here from under the gun with 6 deuce of diamonds for 9527, who's made a lot of money with the diamonds today. Let's see if Jimmy Shu is going to get frisky here with queen 9. There's a limp from Tian Hao and just a call. And Jimmy Shu says, "What's going on, guys?" He has raised it up to 700. Now, how about this? Tian Hao, where the king 3 of hearts is in there, probably pricing in 9527, and he knows it. What was that limp about? Got me in. There's a raise and then a call, and I'm in the sandwich. Well, can't stop now. We got some money in there as well. He's in. Interesting collection of hands. 2 suited ones, though. Flop comes 5-4-3. How about the straight for 9527? A pair of 3s for Tian Hao. And 2 over cards for the initial raiser. Shu Ji Meng, or Jimmy Shu. That's amazing. You just coming for the ride and then you practically flop the nuts. course, 7-6 would be the nuts. So this is the second nuts right now on a rainbow board, no less. Jimmy Shu had made the raise. Now he's looking at a connected board. This is a cash game. So these two gentlemen might have played anything. 2,000. Tian Hao with a pair of threes. Look at 9527 trying to look so disinterested. Lil Destian know he needs running cards here. He does have bottom pair with a king kicker. And after somebody had the raised pre-flop and continues on the flop, you might think that your threes might be no good. Or maybe you're up against ace king. Maybe you're up against ace queen. He doesn't want to figure out anymore. He's in the sandwich. And now to the guy with the second nuts. Do you pump it up now, or do you wait for your opponent to hang himself? He just calls, trying to set the trap. A hit here would be bad for Jimmy Shu. It is not a hit, it's an 8. Now again, 9527's got the second nuts. That looks like the check of surrender coming from Jimmy Shu. $9,527 might want to extract a little bit more value. Pot's already at 6,200. That is the second heart on the board. That might get it done. 1,400. Looks like Jimmy Shu got caught. Yep. So Jimmy is going to lose quite a bit there. 3,500 to the ledger now. Of the guy who's made so much money playing diamonds today. This time it wasn't a flush. Yep. So everybody getting paid by the guy who did not get a squid. Gonna be on a 5-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around as we continue to bring you more action from the Reddragon Poker Room here in Jeju, Korea. Looks like there's discussion here of continuing, but yeah, as far as we know, it's break time. Unless we have a dealer change. Oh, looks like we're continuing. All right. Works with all of us. No break. We will move on to hand number 22. Dong on his phone nonchalantly just puts in 300. Jimmy Shu on the dealer button is going to come in with Queen 3 offsuit. The Hang getting a good price, and of course Tian Hao getting a good price as well. Got 4 players to this flop, led by the initial raiser Dong, who's got Queen Jack offsuit. 995 nothing for everyone here. They've all missed. And here's where you're going to see some poker. Everybody has checked it, though. Turn card's a king. The hang is now paired. He's got in top pair. He's got 2 pair right now. That also gives a gut shot to Dong. And pretty much nobody else has anything. It still goes check, check, check. And an ace comes on the river. The hang gets the check mark, but now let's see if the initial raiser tries to make something. Oh. It's Tian Hao, who's got 4-3, who's trying to make something out of this ace. He's got 4 high. Dong is out of there. Let's see if the hang. He's also going to fold. So well played there for Tian Hao. That's the bad part about being out of position there for Da Hang. He had paired his king on the turn, but did not take initiative as being the first one to act. That initiative was taken away from him on the river. Yeah, and he lost by folding the best hand. Moving on to the next hand here. To the hang. Folded to him on the dealer button. He's got queen 8 off. He is going to fire. And fire indeed to 1.1. However, Tian Hao's got pocket kings. Going to put in the squeeze here. There's your squeeze. So initially a raise from Jimmy Shu, it appears. A 3-bet from the hang. Now a 4-bet to 2.6. Coming from Tian Hao. So Jimmy, the initial raise there. And the 3-better is also out of there. So a squeeze and a re-squeeze. Of course, with the Cowboys. Gets the job done. Looking at the VPIP stats, that's actually not a clear indication of the action here because the hang has actually just come in firing every so often. VPIP, of course, referring to voluntarily put in pot, or as Coach Ron Regis would describe it so simply, it's when you're putting in chips when you're not forced to. Dong might put in some chips here with 10-8 of clubs. Does make a raise and a quick call coming from Jimmy Shu. And a quick call coming from Da Hang. They both have Queen 10. A hand that dominates Dong. So we're going to have 3-way action here. Dong starting all of this with 10-8 of clubs. Flop comes King 5-4. Everyone has missed. Well, Dong, of course, had the aggression lead. It's going to continue here. Gut shots for Shu. Gut shot for Shu. Gut shot for Da Heng. No continuation from Jimmy Shu this time. So Dong taking down a modest gain of 950,000. Still got our 6 players ongoing here at the Reddragon Poker Room in Jeju, Korea. You're watching a 50-100 game where the initial buy-in, of course, was $10,000. One person has already replenished, and that is Dong. Make that Hans, rather. Dong's got the big stack right now. So Jimmy Shu, not shy of forcing the action here. He's under the gun with Jack 3 offsuit. Tian Hao has already made the call with the suited connectors 9-8, 9-5-2-7. No diamonds in his holdings this time, but he does have the dealer button. So he's in there as well. Now Hans with pocket 6s. Love the way the camera's just zooming in on him. He's got the best hand. Everybody get out of there, he says. A raise with 2 callers. Here comes the squeeze to 1,600. And that's going to get it done. I mean, yeah, there's some schools of thought saying, there's a raise and you got 2 limpers. Got to perform the squeeze because you get the initial raiser out of there. You can probably get the 2 limpers out of there as well. Good timing on the squeeze there from Hans. And it works most like 90% of the time. It's going to work. It's like the pick and roll in basketball. It's going to work 90% of the time. The hang. Jack's under the gun. This guy doesn't take too long to make decisions. When he sees something he wants to go with, he picks up chips. And he's raised it up to 400. King, Queen, 9-5-2-7. He saw what happened in the squeeze earlier. He's not going to call. He's going to raise. That's a 3-bet now, coming from 9-5-2-7 to 1,200. Shu sees a raise and a re-raise. He's at the big blind. Be in the worst position. He's got ace-9. He might come over the top of this with the way he's been playing. Although he's down to 6,400. So he will not join. Daheng, though, he's now out of position. Does he 4-bet this? Pocket jacks. Facing a 3-bet. Looks like he's got all in. That's your answer. That's the way you play jacks. You learn something new every day. Of course, they always say that jacks is the hardest pocket pair to play. The hang just showed us how it's done. Made a raise, faced a 3-bet, just went 4-bet all in. Make the call out of position. You see an overcard, you freeze. He decides not to see the flop, put it all in. And thankfully for him, 9-5-2-7 was not interested in chucking 1/3 of his stack in there. '27th hand of the game. Folded to the dealer button now with Dong, who's got 27,500 behind. Just opts to call. He's got ace-3 of hearts. That brings everybody in. So this is an unraised pot, the first time we're having one here. Just a testament to the kind of action we've been seeing. 6-5 tray. All right, everybody's got something here. Bottom pair for Dong on the dealer button. Middle pair for Daheng. And a gut shot straight draw for Jimmy Shu, and he's the one who fires first. The call coming from Daheng. Dong probably kicking himself for not raising this one pre-flop. He does have a small piece of this. He's got the best position too. Question is, does he just call or does he put in a raise? He will raise with bottom pair. Raise to 1100. How about the all-in coming from Jimmy Shu? That's going to make the hang fold, and you can guarantee that Dong's going to fold here too. Because it's unraised, somebody who has something like 7-4 might have gotten in there. Of course, if you're Dong, you got to piece it together. Those are the only things he's concerned about. A hand like 6-5, 5-3, 6-3. If he thinks he's got those kinds of opponents, he might still have a chance on the turn if an ace shows up. Of course, we do know that Jimmy Shu has a gut shot and 2 overcards to the board. That's what Dong is trying to piece together here. Looks so strong, though. Not quite sure if he can make the call. He can afford it, actually. 5,200 to call. He's got 26,000 behind, but he won't. Well played by Jimmy Shu. And he shows it, too. He showed that he had a gut shot. His table image right now is that of a maniac. Time to pay up. So 9527 has paid everyone. He did not get a squid, and we are moving into our break. We'll be back, folks. Stay with us here at the Red Dragon Poker Room in Jeju, Korea. in Jeju, Korea. And you are watching the Squid Game ongoing. I believe 9527 has already paid Squid twice. Remember, of course, the rules of the Squid Game is that everybody has invested a certain amount of money prior to this round, and if you are the lowest in terms of winning in the round, you have to pay everybody the squid deposit. Hans hoping that it doesn't become him. He has made the raise with ace queen of hearts, and a call coming from Jimmy Shu. Also a call here coming from Daheng. You've seen him to be quite the tight player, but not this time around. Here comes the flop of 9-4 tray, 2 clubs. It has gone check, check now. Nobody has anything in the horizon unless a turn card changes that. So Jimmy Shu with Jack High will decide to see what the turn card brings. And the turn card brings him an open-ended straight draw. It also gives Hans a hit. Hans now with top pair, top kicker. The hang is going to be out of this hand in just a few seconds. Oh, Hans with a sneaky check. Now Jimmy Shu has an open-ender. Remember that he shoved with a gut shot earlier. Did not get the call. And now he puts in 1,000. Betting on the come, as they say. Hans, who's got the best hand now. You can see the outs here for Jimmy Shu needing a king or an 8. 7 outs as one of the kings has been folded. Let's see what kind of raise Hans tries to go for this. Yeah, it's pretty substantial. It looks like 1,800. No, 2,800. Or 2,700. On the check raise. Making it a little pricey here for Jimmy Shu to continue. He's only got 6,800 remaining. He can still rebuy, of course. Is it worth a gamble? If you shoved earlier with a gut shot, can you shove with open-ended now? He is not even going to continue. He had position. Love to see what that rabbit card is. Of course, Hans is going to show that he had the goods. You would love to have seen what that river would have brought. Dong still on top. He has not rebought. Actually, he has rebought. He was down to 5,000, rebought for 10,000, now worked that up to 26,000 at the expense of that man on your screens. Dong lost his entire stack, has rebought, or Hans rather has lost his entire stack, has rebought, worked his way up now to 13,700. Squid's in play. Jimmy Shu sees an opportunity here. He's going to just limp in, though, with the 10-7. The hang says, what is that limp about? Raises it up to 500. 9527. Paid everybody the last round. Does not want to call here. It's either, oh, he does make the call. He was thinking of raising it, but decided to take the less aggressive option. So now we are 3 ways into this unraised, or into this raised pot, and the flop comes King 10-9, 2 clubs. So a piece of it for 9527 and the Jimmy Shoe. But it's the guy who does not have a piece of it who's making the C bet. The hang who had raised pre-flop is now continued for 800. 9527 with bottom pair. It's going to stick around. He's got bottom pair and a gut shot. Jimmy Shoe with middle pair, and that's practically it. $800 to call. In the sandwich, no less. And his chips dwindling. Does not proceed. So again, the hang, who's got nothing to do with this flop. And the turn card is now an 8 of hearts. Second time is checked. And there is the backdoor straight for the hang. He had nothing to do with the flop. Had a redraw on the turn, hits it on the river. Of course, he's still losing to Queen Jack. Probably wants to see where he is. He does have showdown value, but that is the third club on the board as well. So what was 9527 buying? $9527 just got a pair of nines on this loaded board. The hang has made a value bet of 2,200. That's about half the pot, a little over half the pot. And look at that. The hang's got 4,200 behind. So the initial raiser gets a fortuitous runner straight. Of course, nobody's going to know that. Does pick up a squid as well. Wow. The guy who had nothing continued on the flop and gets rewarded. Again, his image is pretty rock solid at this table. Local time in Jeju is 9:49 p.m. Under the gun, Dong. 7-4 of hearts. Making a raise. Uh-oh. The hang, if his image was solid earlier, it's going to be proven once again here with this 3-bet. The 1,300 with pocket queens. Now to the initial raiser, Dong, who just decides to muck his cards. So once again, the hang, his image. And of course, if he turned him over, he'd be even more rock solid at the table in terms of his image. The YouTuber. That's what he does. The hang, that's what he does as a living. He is a YouTuber. He has been playing poker for over a decade. Under the gun now for Jimmy Shoe. Just a limp. Tian Hao seeing if it's good enough to come in with 5-3. $9,527 is in there as well, but now a raise. Actually coming from 9,527. What's all this limping about? He asks himself. Let's see what's happening here. Xu Jiaming with an unsuited 10,000 gapper. Let's gamble. Suddenly Tian Hao doesn't like his position. He decides to fold. A 3-bet from Jimmy Shu. It's a 3-bet light, so let's see if 9527 decides to join just because of his position. Okay. That's a look of a man about to make a move. King, king, 6. Oops. Decides to slow down. As will 9527. Turn cards at 9. Little does everyone know that Shu's actually ahead in his hand. With Queen High versus Jack High. And he sees a card that, hey, why did you check after trying to raise me? Wow. With 1 bet, Shu takes it down. Again, it's not a matter of what you have sometimes. It's what you can represent. Very ambitious limp that turned into a pot of over 1,000. 32nd hand of the game, and 9527 finds himself big slick to make a small raise with ace king offsuit. How about this? Suited connectors for Dong. This is a very hypnotic hand, to say the least. 9-8 of spades. Any 9-8 suited is quite hypnotic. He decides to make the call out of position. And Jimmy Shu is going to come in for the ride with a suited one gapper, 6-4 of clubs. This is where ace king is in trouble. The flop is 8-6-5. So you have a hit and a gut shot, a hit and a gut shot for Shu, hit and a gut shot for Dong, hit and a gut shot for Shu, and nothing, just 2 over cards. And who comes out donking? Dong does. She's going to let this one go. Now let's see if 9527 sticks around with the 2 over cards. Usually you can't fold to 1 bet no matter how textured that board looks like on the flop, especially because some people might have just come in through pot odds. But you can probably look at 1 street. 1 street it is. The call for 600 with the 2 overs. Turn cards a 7. That actually gives Dong the nut straight. So there's no card that 9527 can catch to win this hand. Dong comes in for 1,000. Yeah, the only way that 9527 can have any equity in this hand if another 9 comes off. That's it. Just a chop. And he knows he's dead. It's another gain of $1,400 for Dong. Remember, 9527 paid everybody off in the last round. Doesn't want that to happen to him again. Under the gun, Tian Hao with the limp. 9527. Also going to limp in with the suited connectors of 7-6. Dong on the button. 10-9 offsuit. Connectors again. Ah. No limping for him on the button. He's going to raise. Uh-oh. Jimmy Shu's got jacks on the small blind. And a glass of iced tea, I think that is. It hasn't been touched in a while. So here comes the 3-bet. Everyone's folded back to Dong, who quickly folds. You know, what you like about Dong is he tries to force the action, but if he knows that he's beat, he just lets it go without a struggle. Or he could be beat there because that was a 3-bet, of course. Look at Tian Hao studying 9527 stack. It is 9527 first to act. Now he's just going to lip this in again. Dong cut off. This time he limps with 8-7. Shu dealer. Does he raise this? 9-6 of hearts. Just a bit. A little bit of extra sugar there. Raise to 200. Daheng in the small blind sees ace-9. What sugar are you talking about, my friend? Gotta make a 3-bet now. And the player with the most rock-solid image comes back at you. You gotta think about it. 600 to call. Why not? Shu has a propensity for looking at flops, trying to see flops, and trying to outplay his opponent. This time he could get into trouble. They have both flop top pair. 9-8-3 on the board, 2 diamonds. Daheng with the ace kicker. Shu with the 6 kicker. And since Daheng was the pre-flop aggressor with the 3-bet, would gladly continue here with top pair, top kicker. Yeah, he puts them all in. And there's a call. Uh-oh. Jimmy Shu is going to need a 6 or running cards to make a straight on this misstep. Does he get it? He doesn't even have a heart on the board. Turn card is the 7 of hearts. He does pick up more outs. Now needs a 9 or a 6, and that board pairs. That's not going to help him. So it is going to be a major pickup here for Daheng. And a rebuy now for Jimmy Shu, whose aggression got him into trouble in this hand. Now he has to reload. Waiting for his chips. That little squid is still in front of him. That's really cool. I want one of those. So reload for $10,000 again. Hands under the gun. Ace queen again. He's done very well after losing his initial buy-in. Moving up to over 13,000. Ace Jack right off the bat for Xu Jiaming. Just decides to call from the cutoff. Tian Hao is in there as well. 9527 getting a good price with bad cards though. Jack 5 off suit. He will be dominated in every way. Uh-oh. Is he picking up raising chips? 9527 has just made a raise with Jack 5 off suit against a phalanx of hands that can actually crush him. A 3-bet to 2,500. Now this is poker, folks. Hands the initial raiser, 2,000 more to call in a severe sandwich here. If he does make the call, he's gone all in for 13,600. Xu with Ace Jack is now scratching his head. What the heck is this? Of course, you're familiar with something called the gap concept. Ace Jack is a great hand to raise with. He actually just called with it. Not a good hand to call with. Tian Hao is also folded instantly with a King 10. And hands was not going to be perturbed by the 3-bet. And he takes it down. Hands up to 17,000 now. So he's plus 7,100 in the game. There's a guy who's at the minus side now. Jimmy Xu of China. The Hang's got Queen Jack now here in the next hand. At the cutoff, he'll raise it up once again. Tian Hao with the suited ace. Ace, 8 of hearts. Dealer button. Just, looks like I thought he was just going to call, but adds 1,000 in there. So the 1,400 it goes. The Hang's out of position. He lets it go. And Tian Hao is gracious enough to show what he had. Ace 8 suited. They call that the dead man's hand. Look at them squiddies at the middle of the table. So we've had 2 rebuys or 2 reloads so far. One from Hans, who has worked it up. Or 3, actually 3. The most profitable so far has been Dong. After he had the reload, but he still had 5,000 remaining. He's got the most chips now, about 26,000. The guy in the red so far has been Jimmy Xu, who's under the gun right now. He has just reloaded. So he's at minus 11,000 at the moment. $9,527 with still his initial stack. He has not rebought yet. Had the most chips at one point. Now looks like he is reloading. So that's the 4th person. Or did he just say later? No, he's got to play it now. He just asked for it. So he's now up to 16,000. Does make a raise, though, from the dealer button. Hands with just a call with ace 8 of clubs. Oh, sorry, he's made a 3-bet to 2,000. Of course, the chips of 9,527 are going to reflect in the next hand. He does have a new stack. So he's up to 16,300 as we speak. That's actually more chips than Hans. He's in position. He's made a raise. Does he stick around? Remember, he tried to pull off a sick bluff with Jack 5 offsuit earlier. Can he do it again here? Looks like he's all in for his remaining stack. And hands with the fold. That's the way you play it. Got a sign for them chips, sir. Once again, if you're just joining us, you are watching the Red Dragon Poker Room Squid Game here at the Red Dragon Poker Room here in Jeju, Korea. Blinds are at $50, $100. You can call this nosebleed. To hands. Up 5,300. Check that. He's still down, actually. He's on his second rebuy. He's minus 6,000. Picking up 150 after nobody called that raise. Shows the ace-10. So hands had about minus 62. Minus 6,200. Wish we could show that here. Dong is up to around, 5,000 earlier. Yeah, he's up 12,000. He's the most profitable at the table right now. $9,527 has replenished. Makes a raise. So 9,527 is minus 6,600 at the moment. Dong's got aces. First time we've seen the Rockets make an appearance today. Raise to 400, re-raise now to, I believe that's 1,600. It's re-raised to 1,800. And a quick fold. Ace is on the table. Local time now, it's a little past 10 p.m., 10:10 to be exact. In Jeju, Korea. Getting a little hot, but not yet in the levels of that of the Philippines for sure. Folded to the dealer button now with Jimmy Shu. 8-6 of spades, making the raise. Making the call with the Queen 8 of clubs is the hang. Tian Hao is out of there. So heads up between the hang and Jimmy Shu. Flop comes ace-10-6. Believe it or not, Jimmy Shu has taken the lead here with a pair of sixes. Bottom pair, 8 kicker, goes check, check. Turn card's a king. This now gives the hang a straight draw, but he doesn't get there. The hang is going to check one more street And it still goes check, check. How about Jimmy Shu making the raise with A6, or 8-6 rather, and getting it through? So he has some work to do. He's at negative 9,600. Just want to see everybody stacked because I believe everybody's at the negative at this point, except for the guy to the right of your screens, which is Dong. Hands to the left of your screens, it's about minus 6,000 right now. So Dong with the biggest profit so far. Their hands with Ace Jack. He's minus 6,600. He will make a raise. Oh, wow. For the second time, Dong's picked up pocket aces. And this time, he just makes the call. And this could set up a phalanx of callers. We could have our first family pot. No, Tian Hao will not join from the small blind. 9-5-2-7 with King 10 is going to make the call. Boy, aces are sweating now for Dong. We got a 5-way with aces. Flop is Jack 10-6. That's top pair for hands. A gut shot for Jimmy Shu. And a pair of tens for 9-5-2-7. And the initial raiser, hands, thinks he might have the best hand here with a pair of jacks. Top pair, top kicker. Dong with the aces. He is just going to call. Boy, this is scary stuff. Shu with a gut shot. He's calling as well. The hang is out of there. And a pair of tens for 9-5-2-7. Is everyone on a draw? Great instincts there for 9-5-2-7. Not to venture any further with middle pair, king kicker. Turn cards of 5. So far, so good for the aces. Hands still with top pair, top kicker. That 5 does not change anything. He's putting in 2,100. Dong has played this like he has Jack, well, King Jack or something like that, or Queen Jack. Just calling pre-flop. Now he has to pull out the Jack in the box. Come on. That's the second diamond on the board. It might start to get a little wet here, so Dong has to start. He just calls again. Shu is going to see the door with his gut shot and didn't show up at the turn. And the river pairs the board. Pair of 5s now. Hands with 2 pair. Jacks and 5s with an ace kicker. Wow. The trap worked, but that was scary. Now, of course, Hans is going to put in what he might perceive to be as a value bet. Although you can see that the check mark already belongs to Dong. He does check. Now, Dong's got to get one more shot at trying to get value out of this hand. Because if he was up against Jack 10, he's now ahead. He's got to put some heat here on Hans. That's a lot of heat. That's 11,000. Hans has top pair, top 2 pair, actually. Well, top pair with a pair of 5s. So pair of jacks, pair of 5s, and an ace kicker. He's losing to Jack 10. That's one consideration. He's losing to Jack 10. If his opponent had Jack 10, flopped it, just tried to trap, it worked. But, again, if your hands, your opponent could have King Jack, could have Queen Jack, could actually have Ace 10 and stuck around and suddenly pulls out something like this on the river. This is a very, very bad spot for Hans. Of course, he's never going to see he's up against aces here. That was the risk Dong took. It's going to make him very rich if he does get a call. That's the only thing Hans now is worried about. Was I up against Jack 10 from the beginning? Can he still let this go? You talk about stack to pot ratio. There's over 19,000 in the middle. And Hans is going to lay it down. Wow. And Dong's not going to reveal that. He's probably going to see this 30 minutes later and say, what a laydown I just did, huh? What could you beat there? Actually, a lot of hands you could have beaten there. But if you put your opponent on an exact range, like, say, Jack 10, who would call you pre-flop? Who would stick around on the flop? Who would stick around on the turn and then barrel on the river? That was either an overpair or Jack 10. And Dong's got and Hans is gonna look at that and everybody's gonna call him a genius. He played the hand the way he should have played it. Made the raise, got top pair, top kicker, got some chips in there, got called, continued on the turn, got called, and sensed that something was amiss on the river. And by checking there, he saved himself a lot of money. He's still in the negative though. But at least he's not negative again, not asking to reload again. Dong has raised this up, and 9527 has had history with diamonds today. He's in the small blind, but this time he won't play it. Hans is also going to fold. So Dong, who is the most profitable at the table today, he's gotten aces twice. 32,800. He's had one reload. And he did the reload when he still had more than 5,000 in chips. Kind of tough to do the math on that one right now on the fly. But he is definitely on the plus side in terms of earnings. Jimmy Shu is on the negative side. He's at minus 11,700. That's easy to calculate. It's on his second reload, or his first reload, rather. Tian Hao has made a raise with Queen 9. Dong on the dealer button can't afford to see a flop here with King 9. And he will. Flop is Jack, Trey, 2 diamonds. Dong still ahead by virtue of King High, but the betting lead belonging to Tian Hao is now put on his gear. He's got the hoodie, he's got the shades. Dong with the 2 overs and a possible backdoor flush. Making the call. Now both have paired the 9. Now a problem here for Tian Hao as it's checked to him again. This time he's going to check behind. River cards is 7 of diamonds. That's the 3rd diamond on the board. Both have showdown value. Dong's going to put in 500 more. Tian Hao might elect to call and see what's up. Was his opponent on a flush draw? Tian Hao back to 0, actually. He's got 10,000 behind. Has not reloaded. Back to his original starting stack of 10,000. $500 more. Now, the nice thing here about cash games, there are no time bank cards. Not like in a tournament, you can take your time until somebody calls the clock on you. Looks like all the players here have been very respectful of each other. And Tian Hao is not Hollywooding. He's contemplating a call or a raise. Just makes the call, and he is going to get the bad news. He has been outkicked. That's 2 pair nines and trays with a king kicker, beating 2 pair nines and trays with a queen kicker. More chips now to the ledger of Dong. Each player in the squid game, of course, each player deposits a predetermined amount into the squid pot, which appears to be $300 in this case, adding an extra layer of tension and strategy to each hand. The player who finishes last place must bid farewell to their squid deposit. And it's a significant loss that adds a whole new dimension to the game. And we've seen 9527 pay at least once. Well, Jimmy Shu has got to make some moves, otherwise he'll be paying the next time around. He's already on the negative. He's already in the red. Tian Hao now under the gun. Hand 45 we go. Dong will start bullying this table now. Made a raise with a king 5 offsuit. Jimmy Shu. We've not seen his hold cards yet. Looks interested. Interested enough to put in a big raise here. Yeah, we have not seen what Jimmy's got, but the 3-bet is to 1,500. Dong, the initial raiser. This time he's Hollywooding. And you let it go. So 500 more to Jimmy Shu. Up to 10,200. He's still 9,700 behind. Or still 9,700 in the red. 4 players already with reloads, including the guy with the most chips. Heading into the 46th hand now of this little squid game that we have for you here at the Reddragon Poker Room at the Landing Casino, Jeju, Shinhwa, Korea. I don't think I said my name yet. My name is Noel Zarate. Be working with you for the entire week. Hopefully get to be joined tomorrow by Coach Ron Regis. Dong with another raise here. Pocket deuces here for Daheng. And he's decided to call from the small blind. Tian Hao joining as well with a 6-5 offsuit. And the King 7-6. So Tian Hao, the only one with a hit. Check to the raiser, who decides to check behind. Now an 8 of hearts comes out on the turn, which now gives Tian Hao an open ender. Still nothing for Dong. And it still goes check, check, check. River card's a queen. Last chance here for Dong. He's going to give up. Deuces, not good enough, man. And you saw quickly Daheng flipped over his deuces. I have a pair. Not good enough. Tian Hao takes this one down. Love the action with six-handed cash games, of course. You get action practically every hand. We've not seen a walk today, by the way. We almost saw one family pot. This is like the fourth time that Hans has had ace queen under the gun. He's going to raise it once again. Dong with an unsuited 9-8. Tian Hao with a pretty jack 9. He lets it go. 9-5-2-7 might just want to see a flop because he does have 5-4 connectors. Unsuited, of course. He gets a piece of it. 10-9-5. 2 spades. Bottom pair with a 5 kicker. Hans, of course, going to continue with the overcards. Ace queen offsuit does have a backdoor flush and a backdoor straight draw, perhaps. Still the 2 overcards. 9-5-2-7 might check one street here. Might opt to just play one street. So he does make the call. Turn card's a king. Now this gives Hans a gut shot, but might not need it. Another barrel here would probably get 9-5-2-7 off the hand. But does he barrel? It's a bigger one this time. That's the 2,400. That's a lot of heat for a pair of fives. Trying to look at how much his opponent has behind. 9,000 behind. He's got 12,300, but the reload as well. So he's technically negative 7,700 with his current stack. Is he still contemplating on making this call? That would be reading through the soul of Hans. There's something about the current hand that 9-5-2-7 is not believing that he could be behind. Or maybe some people are just stubborn with their pairs. Not quite sure. I've not seen 9-5-2-7 in action before. This time decides to just lay it down. And just for good measure, Hans is going to show that he had bananas. Just 2 overcards. 9-5-2-7. Might have induced a check on the river if he had made a call and nothing comes out on the river. And the whole table would have seen, wow, you called with that. But again, every time that Hans does get ace queen under the gun, it's a profit to him. I don't recall him losing chips with the ace queen. In fact, in that hand, that 9-5-2-7 tried to bluff earlier with Jack 5 on a 5-way. It was Hans who actually made a 4-bet all-in and still became profitable there. It's a raise from Jimmy Shu and a 3-bet from Daheng. The raise is to King 4 with King 4. Daheng now with Ace Jack, making the raise. 9-5-2-7 in the small blind with King Jack suited. This is a hand that you either get rid of in this position, facing a raise and a re-raise. Either you get rid of this or just go over the top. That's over the top. Boy, you can't fold 9-5-2-7 for his moxie in spots like this. Remember, he tried it earlier with Jack 5. He got caught, had to fold. This time, Daheng, and his image is working against him right now. There you go. Oh, wow. Everybody's showing everybody. 9-5-2-7 just showed Daheng that he made him fold with an inferior hand. Of course, he does not know what Daheng had. Again, you believe in something called the gap concept. You have ace jack. Raising with him is great. Calling with him, not so great. It's exactly what Daheng had to do. He had to let them go. Jimmy Shu still stays aggressive here. Just makes the call, though. Daheng also in there with the suited connectors. Wow. Ace, queen, and hands go so well together. Like the 5th time that he's picked up ace, queen. Now he's seeing 2 limpers. Now he's going to have to raise it up. Oh, Daheng's going to stick around. Interesting. He does have position with the suited connectors. And he does hit bottom pair here. King 9-6. It's a rainbow flop. 1 diamond in there. 1 overcard here for Hans. And Hans is out of position. He has made a C bet to 1,200. Daheng has a piece of this. He might opt to call 1 street. So many redraws in his arsenal as well, so he's going to make the call. Turn cards a jack. Giving more outs, actually, to Hans. And another overcard to the pair of 6s for Daheng. Now, Hans continued with this the last time he had ace-queen. It's a different story now, though, that Daheng is the one calling him. And he's unperturbed. Fires in another one. And Hans is going to lay it down. Does he show the ace-queen again? He won't this time. Again, another profit with ace-queen. Try to make his way out of that rut that he's in. He's stuck, as we say in poker. He's still stuck. About 6,000. When he's trying to make his way up to the black. I believe the only one in the black right now is actually Dong. He's about 12,000 plus up. Daheng actually is 2,100 up. Tian Hao is 300 up. 9,527 is down by about 7,000. Wow, this time Dong gets the ace-queen. It's blind versus blind, though. He only decides to limp it in. Shu checking his option with 6-5, and Shu picks up a gut shot. 7-7-3 on the board. And Shu now has a pair of 6s as it went check, check. Check again from Dong. Shu fires this time. Just 200. Dong says, let's go. Needs an ace or a queen on the river. Does not get there. In fact, it is a straight for Jimmy Shu. And it goes check, check on the river because the board had paired. So Jimmy Shu taking down the pot there with a straight. And 300. Small win, but a win nonetheless for the gentleman from China. It appears to be restroom time now for Jimmy Shu. Oh, 9527 this time, getting the ace queen. And that ace queen's been traveling around a lot, hasn't it? Raises it up to 400. Dong on the dealer button's got king 9 offsuit. The very bottom of his range, if you will. Looks like he's making a raise. That's a 3-bet from Dong. To 1600. Back now to 9527. Again, he's done a reload already when he had about 3,000 behind. So he's actually up 3,600. No, check that. He's down 7,400. My math is a little spotty at around 10:39 p.m. Yeah, he's down about 7,300. He made a 4-bet before with Jack 5. What's going to stop him from doing it with ace queen? There's your 4-bet. Bet 4,500. 2,900 more to call for Dong, who's got the most chips at this table. So if 9527 is thinking of making a profit and getting back into the black, this could be the hand to do it. Now Dong's got position and chips. But that is a very, very strong comeback from 9527. The only thing working for Dong really is he's got position and he's got more chips. Doesn't want to lose any more of what he's already invested. So plus 1,800. Going to 9527. The boss. And that little piece of paper that they had to sign before. They asked occupation. One was a YouTuber. One was a stock investor. When he wrote down his name and he put his occupation, he said boss. And for a time, he was a boss at this table. Now you can see the profits already in that last graphic that we showed you. Wish we could see that more often, though. That would be a really big help. This ain't a tournament, so it's nice to see the profits of each of these players. Ace 5 of spades under the gun, raised again by 9527. Dong this time looks like he's just going to make the call with Queen Jack offsuit. Suited king on the dealer button here for Jimmy Shu. Not going to play it, though. The hang is coming in with Jack 9 and Tian Hao again with 9-3. Every time he's got good pot odds to make the call, he comes up with a junk hand. Well, probably kicking himself right now with a flop top pair, but the hang actually with top pair and a jack kicker. A piece of it as well here for 9527. He's got middle pair with the ace kicker. 2 hearts on the board. Backdoor flushes for both. Dong's probably done with this hand, unless he does play the two over cards. He does not. The hang's going to make at least a call here with the top pair and the jack kicker. Heads up to the turn. King of spades now gives 9-5-2-7 a redraw for the nut flush. It's an unpaired board. The hang has checked again. 9-5-2-7 might get a little bit more aggressive, knowing that he's got a redraw to the nut flush. 1200. The hang now sees an overcard to his pair. That shouldn't bother him, though. He still calls. Uh-oh. Backdoor flush, baby. 9-5-2-7 is going to earn a big profit here. It would have been more of a problem if it was the jack of spades that came out instead of the six of spades. And now the hang is going to be, or make that 9-5-2-7 is going to be betting for value. Pot's at 4,900. Might go half pot here. Around 2,400. That's a lot more than 2,400, sir. That's almost a pot-sized bet of 4,000. The hang has to fold. So is he getting back into the black? So the boss slowly chipping up once again. Hey, local time, we're approaching 11 p.m. here. It's 10:44 local time here in Jeju, Korea. Noel Zarate bringing you the action from the Reddragon Poker Room. Squid Game ongoing. Already had a couple of breaks today. Jimmy Xu from China. Again, over 350,000 in career earnings as far as tournaments goes. Making the raise with the King, Queen offsuit. Da Heng is now expanding his range. He's made the call with King 9 offsuit. And King 8 offsuit is going into the muck from 9-5-2-7. So heads up now to this flop between Xu and Da Heng. Ace 7-4. Both have missed. Initial aggression still going to Jimmy Xu, who is at negative 10,500. That one bet gets it done, though. Now to negative 9,400. Started out like a house on fire, picking up ace queen, ace king, and slowly turning his aggression into a profit, but eventually ran out of steam, got outdrawn, got outplayed, had to reload. Still a long ways to go, though. Still a few more hours left in this game. That's a guy who's turned a profit. Guy in the guy to the right, the black long sleeve shirt, Dong, 6'5", offsuit. Oh, Da Heng. Really? 8-4 offsuit. Gonna drag Tian Hao in there. He's gonna drag 9-5-2-7 in there. And Hans has an option here. And he does opt to check. Flop comes King 9-8. Top pair for Tian Hao. Middle pair for 9-5-2-7. A gut shot for Hans. And the bottom pair for the hang, everybody's got something here. The hang leads out. And he's going to get called by everyone here. The hang with bottom pair and a pair of fours. Oh, how about this? Exiting with a bottom pair. And now Hans has to think about this. He has a gut shot. He's out of position, of course. Still decides to join. He's going to need a 10 on the turn. Board pairs nines. Nobody has a 9. So that's 2 pair now for Tian Hao. Kings and 9s with the 8 kicker on the board. 2 pairs well for the hang with 8s and 9s with a 4 kicker or with a king kicker on the board. Still goes check, check, check. This is the last chance for Hans. Doesn't get there with a 2 of hearts. Check mark now belonging to Tian Hao. And he's got showdown value. He's not in love with his kicker, that's for sure. But does he still try to squeeze some value out of this? Oh, looks like he is going to try. Hans, who has missed, is out of there. And the hang with a pair of 8s. Does it look like a busted draw to you, sir? Yeah, it looks like a busted draw. And the hang's going to be given the bad news, though. You try to convince yourself that you have somebody beat. Definitely nobody had a 9 there. So the question is, were you up against a king or up against like a hand like Jack 10? Or maybe Ace Deuce they got there on the river? I'm taking a look at Jimmy Shu right now, what he's done, at least in his career as a player. Jimmy Shu had a big cash of 70,000 US dollars in a tournament way back in 2021. And check that, in 2023, and he finished second in the Super High Roller event at the Ace Poker League in Korea. He does come in with the best hand right now. Just limped the King Jack. Got 2 people to follow him, and now Dong, who's got Queen 7 on the big blind. Might want to get rid of some of this, but no. Interesting that 9527 is in there. He does have a suited hand, and he does make a hit. 10-8-3. He and the hang have a hit. A flush draw, though, for Shu makes him continue firing. The hang is still going to stick around. 9527 did not play 4-3 to hit a 3, that's for sure, but he's getting a good price to stay in there. Calls the 200. Dong is also going to stick around. He's got a gut shot. He needs a 9. Turn card pairs the board, but that is also the 3rd heart, giving Jimmy Shu a king high flush on a paired board, though. Small bet again coming here from Shu. The hang has folded. 9527. I don't know if he's still in the hand here. He has folded. Does Dong chase this with 1 street to go? He's drawn dead, actually. He will. It'll really be bad if that 9 comes out on the river. It's a deuce of diamonds. Now time for a value bet here. Were you up against trips? A dog can't call this with queen high. He's got two options here. It's either he folds or he goes over the top. Pot's 3,500. Value bet to just 1,600. He took the first option, which is just to let it go. So with that, Jimmy Shu continues his climb up. Moving on to the 56th hand of our little squid game here at the Reddragon Poker Room. Again, it's a 5,100 game. And Tian Hao with the best hand he's seen in like 2,000 orbits. Ace King from the hijack gets everybody to fold. When a guy who hasn't played for about 2 orbits comes out raising, everybody runs. "57th hand now of this game. Folded to Dong at the dealer button. He's got 10-8 of spades. Just makes the call. Shu in there as well with 6-4 off. And DeHang with Jack-8. Hasn't checked his option yet. He hasn't acted. He has an option to check here. He's gone all in. Why the heck not, right? That's tantamount to the squeeze as well by saying, hey, why is nobody just getting aggressive on this pot? Might as well just take it down. Suddenly that pot's at $7,300. Well, it just started out as a small one. So hooray for that pickup of 200. And the hang just shows Jack-8. He's also saying probably, I'm getting bored here, guys. Come on, let's get some action in. He's a YouTuber. He's always out there creating content. This might be part of his content as well. How to win with Jack-8 in a squid game. Yep, time to pay up the squids. We're going to have another break here, folks. I wonder who paid up this time. And we continue here at the Reddragon Poker Room in Jeju, Korea. My name is Noel Zarate, and this game has been anything but uneventful. You got 4 guys who are already reloading. And the guy to the right is the guy who's got the most chips. As you can see there, again, the chips, the gray ones, 50. The blue ones, 100. And the gold ones at 1,000. Here's one of the guys who's done a reload. Actually, Dong has made the raise from the cutoff here for 400. And a 3-bet coming from one of the guys who's also reloaded. Actually, Dong has made a reload as well, but has been profitable since. And Jimmy Shu, or Shu Jiaming, making a 3-bet now to 1,600. Everybody's gotten out of the way, and so will the initial raiser Dong. So Shu again has had lost his entire stack earlier, has rebought, shows the Jack King. And he's still down about 7,000 and change from his initial stack, or his initial buy-in. Of course, everybody bought into this for $10,000. At 10,000 starting stack, 4 guys have already reloaded. Those are 2 gentlemen on your screens who have already reloaded. Hands to the left, Dong to the right. Hands has done quite well on his second bullet here. Down just about 5,700. Dong, however, is up about 20 grand already. And he is going to make a raise. Now, it's easier to calculate now. Dong's up to he's up by around 23,000 right now, 22,000. Oops. Dong on the raise gets a 3-bet from Shu. And this time, Dong's not going to go anywhere. Although Shu does have position now. Shu with ace-king. Dong's going to make the call here with a dominated hand. He doesn't know it, of course. Flop comes 6-5-3. It's now a question of who wants it more. Does it go check, check? It does go check, check. There's an action card. Dong's taking the lead now with a pair of queens. It still goes check, check. Ace on the river. Dong has lost the lead. Shu is now going to try to squeeze some value out of this. Pot's at 2,600. He might just pot it right here. He does not. He goes, he does go almost pot. 2,300. Dong lost the opportunity there with a pair of queens. Now he's going to have to pay to see if Shu does have an ace. Pot size 4,900. Dong can't fold this. Now the question is, is he just going to call, or is he going to go over the top? He's just going to fold. Wow, he lost an opportunity on the turn to make it profitable for him. I'm not sure if Shu would have folded on the turn, though. So Shu picking up a modest pot of $1,400. As you can see there, Dong still with 27-4. Still the most chips at the table. Still the most profitable. He has not paid any squids, that's for sure. Shu is getting in there in every opportunity. I mean, you want to take a look at the VPIP slots, the stats right now. Shu's probably at the way above the normal. Jan Hao, though, making the call with ace, deuce of hearts, 9-5-2-7. Also in there with Jack 10 offsuit. It's going to price in hands with Queen 4 of hearts. 4-way to this raised pot. 5-5-8, 2 hearts. Problems here now for hands. He's going to stick around regardless. It still goes check, check, check. Everybody has checked. Turn cards is 7. Now this gives hands an additional out here with a straight, but this now also gives Shu a gut shot, needing a 6 to complete a straight. As well as 9527, who also has a gut shot, needing a 9 to complete a straight. Now, a lot of fireworks on this board. Again, there are still the 2 flush draws there. Everybody's going to stay. That's the bottom line. Oh, is Tian Hao folding? Wow. So the gut shots have folded, and the gut shot and the nut flush draw has folded. Interesting fold there from Tian Hao. So Hans has raised this. Oh, make that 9527. Hans has raised it. He's got the queen high flush draw. 9527 with a gut shot. Now he can't stay. Okay, now I understand the dynamics of why Tian Hao might have folded the nut flush draw. Tian Hao with the 2 overs. Needing a 9 to complete a straight. He's going to fold. Wow, Hans getting away with it there with the queen 4, making the better flush draw fold, making all the straight draws fold. Must be getting late for these gentlemen. It's 11:12 right now in Jeju. 11:12 p.m. This game started around 7-ish. So there was a raise and a bet and a raise. That's why everybody folded. We have not seen the cards yet here of Dahang. Boy, has he opened up a lot. Now making a raise here with King 5 offsuit. This might just work. Dong with 4 deuce in the big blind. It did work. It's a small pickup, but a pickup nonetheless here for Dahang. He just loves showing. He doesn't care. It's going to be on his YouTube channel anyway. Again, thank you for joining us here in our continuing coverage at the Reddragon Poker Room. Our little squid game here. It's a 50-100 game. That's US dollars, of course. Here's the man they call the boss, or at least he calls himself the boss. Occupation, boss. No graphics yet, so we don't know what he raised with. But it has been folded over to Dong. Guy with the most chips. He's interested. Jimmy Shu, is he interested as well? Not quite sure what the action is right now. There you go. So Shu has folded, or the blinds have folded. Queen 8 versus Jack 8 on a 6-4-4 board. It's a rainbow flop. First to bet, as we usually say. That's going to be 9527. He does actually have the best hand. With Queen High versus Jack High. $1,200. Dong with the over saying, let's go. Another 4 comes out. Dong checks it again. If you're representing a pocket pair, this should be a continuation on this turn bet as well, and it is. It's a small one though, from 1,200 to just, I believe, what, 800 or 500. Well, it's like, come into my parlor bet. The bet sizing of 9527 has been really mind-boggling. That's gonna get Dong a little too busy or too dizzy to continue with the hand. Not gonna show it though. I don't think he has shown. Pickup there of 1,900. He's well in the black actually, because when he did make the reload, he was down to about 3,000 in chips. Now he's still in the red. Not by much. Fold it over now to Jimmy Shu, who once again picks up King Jack. It's been the hand he's been dealt with the most. He's made a raise and he gets a call from Daheng. And the 10-9-5 board. Jimmy's going to continue here with his gut shot. And no response coming from Daheng. So Jimmy Shu up to 13,900, which means he's still about 6,100 in the red. While the four guys was made a rebuy or reload, which means two gentlemen have not reloaded here today. That's Daheng and Tian Hao to the left of your screens. Ace Queen now for 9527 under the gun. He opens here for 500. Dong's got suited connectors, 10-9 of clubs. Ooh, looks like a 3-bet is coming. Looks like 1,600. Back to the initial raiser with Ace Queen and some food being served as well. Tian Hao had folded pocket sixes. $1,200 to call. The 3-bet is actually the 1,700. He does just make the call. And now out of position against the guy with the biggest stack at the table. Flop is Jack 4-4. No help to either. Both have some kind of backdoor flush draw working here, but Dong is the initial aggressor. He decides to check behind. Turn card is a 7 of clubs. Now this gives him a gut shot straight flush draw, or let's just call it a flush draw. Talking about Dong. Still nothing here for 9527. Dong's got to be betting on the come. To 1500. Still the 2 overs here for 9527. Does he stick around? Look at the 17 outs here for Dong. Actually, 9527 still has the lead. Not by much, though. 55% to 45%. 17 outs. And he's hit one of them. The gut shot shows up for Dong. Pot is 6,600. He's got the nut flush, but it's not the nuts, as the board has paired fours. Might still want to try to squeeze some value here. That's not a value bet. That's a big one. 5,500 into a pot of 6,600. As Chan Hao is oblivious to the events. I believe that's chicken curry he's having right now. Yeah, that would be hitting the spot at this moment. Close to midnight, chicken curry with rice. I'm not quite sure if 9527 can call here with just ace high. Or does he have a plan that he wants to hatch right now? Turn his hand into a bluff. Missed one heart, sir. Boy, that is making me hungry, Mr. Tian Hao. Oh, he decides to turn the serving bowl into his own personal bowl. Hey, why not? Is he thinking of a hero call here with ace high? Putting his opponent on a missed flush. He'd be right if his opponent did have a missed flush. Dong did miss the flush, but he hit the straight on the river. After all of that, 9527 decides to just fold as Dong continues his dominance over this table. Shows the 10-9. It was a busted flush draw, but he did make a straight on the river. Hit one of his 17 outs to now climb to 28,900 total, or up about 23,000. The most profitable at the table so far. Remember, he did rebuy when he was down to about almost 6,000 in chips. Same thing with Hans over there, but Hans lost his entire stack. He has to rebuild. Down about 4,200, not bad. Comes in for a raise under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit. Aces again for Dong. This is the third time he's picked it up today. Now, the last time he had aces, he played it rather peculiar. This time he won't. He's going to throw in a raise, a 3-bet. 3-bet to 1,500. 9527 with King Jack, though. Might be contemplating a 4-bet here, but he won't. And Hans is just going to let it go this time. For the third time. I mean, we've seen kings. We've seen, I believe, jacks once. We haven't seen queens. But aces 3 times from the same guy. That's why he's got all those chips. He's been catching some good cards at the right time. Every time he's caught the aces, it's in a raised pot. Deuces this time for Dong. I'm seeing that once from the hang. Just calls it. Tian Hao is done with his chicken curry. Whatever's left of it is still there on that tray. Decides to make the call. He's energized now. 9527. Also with a call. And Hans is going to check his option. 4-way to this flop of King 10-6. So top and bottom pair for Hans. He's going to continue. The deuce has hit the muck. And everybody else is going to fold. So Hans working it up now. 16,700. He's still minus 3,300. That's a lot better from being minus 10,000 at one point. Yes, we approach the midnight hour. These guys are still going at it. Hand number 67 now. Tian Hao calling with 9-4 of hearts. 9527 calling as well with 7-6. Hans in the small blind might not call with his hand. He's got King 10 off suit, and he's going to raise it. Dong has folded. Oh, interesting. 9527 wants to see a flop with 7-6. He's going to call in position. Heads up. Ace, King, 8. Second pair for Hans. There are 2 diamonds on the board. Both have a backdoor flush draw. And Hans is going to continue firing, and nothing 9527 can do. So Hans working his way up now to 17,700. Just about 23,000 down. The hang, who has not rebought, is down to 7,200. Tian Hao has not rebought, is up 2,200 from his initial investment. Look at the Jimmy Shu, still leading the way in terms of the VPIP, although he has slowed down a bit. Another limp coming here from Tian Hao. Also a limp coming in there. Hans also limping in. It's going to drag everybody in. Looks like we're going to have our first family pot. Not quite sure if Jimmy Shu is still in there, though. You've not seen him in this hand. He might have left already, by the way. I mean, this is a cash game. You can just pick up and go. Ace 9-5. Wet check, check, check. Now, King of Diamonds comes out. 9527 has a diamond draw. He's got the Queen of Diamonds now on this redraw. Still wet check, check, check. He's got bottom pair and now a flush draw. Oh, Tian Hao is going to stick around. He also has a pair of fives as well. River card's a 10. That's a 10 of hearts. Goes check, check. Ha 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 ha. Fives versus fives, and the 5 with the queen kicker, of course, is going to win it. Ah, there he is. Jimmy Shu is back. Looks like he just went to the restroom for a bit. And it looks like we have a new player coming in as well. I'm going to get to know this new player in just a few moments. Remember that the Asian Poker Tour is ongoing just next door. So somebody might have heard about, hey, there's a televised Squid Game. Let's go join. So he's going to get mic'd up. He's going to get his chips. His chips are already there. So we'll get to know who he is in just a few moments. So suddenly seat 5 will be occupied. His name is Chao Hei. It's like another player here from China decided to jump in. So Chao Hei now on seat 5. Starting out with a fresh 10,000 stack. Again, if you're just joining us, 4 people have already reloaded. 2 have not. And we now have a 7th player here. Still 2 seats available. As we say in the card room, hey, seat open. Who wants to join this $10,000 buy-in? Blinds, of course, at 5,100. Pocket Kings, 9527. It's folded to him on the hijack. He's going to make a raise to 400. Hands with ace-9. Decides to come in for the ride. Dong with king-queen. He might be joining here as well. Be a bad idea for him to raise, though. Or to 3-bet. Yeah, he feels that he could squeeze because hands just called the raise. $1,900. Music to the ears of 9527. The big stack has just come in to his pocket kings. There's the new guy. Well, Jimmy Shu with pocket sixes, seeing a raise, a call, and a re-raise in the small blind. He's got 2 options. Well, 3 options, but the third option's not that sexy. And either fold this, call it, which is not the sexy option, or re-raise it. 4-bet it. Ooh, looks like he is 4-betting here, guys. A lot of gold chips there. Be really cool if Chao Hei wakes up with aces here. He had just sat down at the table. He does not have aces, so he's going to let it go. Now, to 9527, the initial raiser. There is that 4-bet we were talking about earlier. Jimmy Shu has just 4-bet this to 5,500, and it looks like 9527 has declared he's all in. And the pressure now on Shu, what should have been an interesting hand, might just end up ending before the flop. Unless Shu feels that he's coin flipping with 9527. And that the guys who came in, let's say he puts him on something like ace king, and the 2 guys that came in might have had some of his outs. He's down to 8,600. He's already fired his second bullet, and he is going to make the call. And he's going to see that he's crushed. My goodness. He needs 2 outs. 6s versus kings. Is he going to have to reload a 3rd time? No one's done that. Or reload a 2nd time. No one's done that. Let's see what the flop brings. Oh, wow. Ace, 4, 3. Needs runners here. That's not one of them. Now he just needs a 6 and the 6 alone. Won't happen. So again, losing everything is Jimmy's shoe, and it looks like Jimmy's done. Jimmy's done for the night. Yeah, so Jimmy Shoe exits after 2 bullets fired. The first buy-in, and he did reload. How about this? Now back in the black is 9527. So he now has a profit of about 19,000. I think they're counting how much he's up now. Yeah, so 9527 was down to about 3,800 in chips. Opted to reload. Has now turned that reload into 32,000 and change. Yeah, so he's up about what? 19,000, I would think. Yeah, look at all those chips going his way. A little bit of an ambitious gamble there for Jimmy Shoe. He's out. Opted not to play again. They're still looking over. He's still in the room. They're looking over to see, is Jimmy coming back? Is Mr. Shoe coming back? 30-year-old from China. And Chao Hei is saying, hey, I just walked into fireworks. Is it the way it's been here at this table? It looks like Chao Hei is friends with some of these guys as well. Already engaging some in conversation. So we now have somebody who's got more chips than Dong. That is 9527, the boss. Up to 32,000 right now. Again, Tian Hao has not made a reload. He's up about 300. 9527 with the first 2 digits of his name, making the raise with 95. Really wonder why he's called 9527. The hang. Come on, boy. He makes the call with 7 deuce. Gotta love it. King Jack 9 on the flop. Of course, with a pair of 9s, 9527 is going to continue. And what the heck is the hang doing in the hand with 7 deuce anyway? Nah, he's got to show it. I think the hang showed the 7 deuce. Nine five two seven. Again, I love it when they were getting all of the details of these players' occupation. He wrote down boss. Might actually be the boss of his company. We won't put it past him, but for you to actually write down his occupation boss. And now you got the most chips at the table. It's now time to be the boss. Ace deuce now for the boss. Under the gun. There's no stopping the boss. Raises it up again. Dong's got a 3-betting hand here from the cutoff. Ace jack of clubs. He just makes the call. And Chow Hei, who's just joined this table, dealer button with ace 9 offsuit. Decides to come in as well. Oh, he 3-bets this to 2,000. And Jian Hao, everybody's got an ace. Jian Hao has got ace king. Has he just gone all in? He has for 10,300. And Chow Hei is thinking, what the heck is this table I just walked into? Makes a 3-bet, then he gets 4-bets shoved. And of course, Jian Hao has to show that he does have the goods. Be funny if everybody had like ace king, ace jack, ace rag. Somebody wakes up with pocket kings. That's happened before, by the way. One of the coverages I've done. So 2 players with ace king. One had ace queen. And then the guy who shoved over the top had kings. Nothing could happen after that. The case ace never showed up. Garbage, garbage, garbage all around. Oh, Chow Hei's going to raise it. Let's go, boss. Uh-oh. Boss picking up raising chips. Gotta love the cash game. Raise to 1,500. Chow Hei's tried it twice with ace 9 now with jack 5. Always somebody puts up some kind of resistance. Trying to apply as table captain. Then the door gets slammed into your face twice in back-to-back hands. That even gets a small smile coming from Dong, who hasn't really smiled much today. Dong is under the gun, though, with king 3 of diamonds. He's going to open it up. Nine, 8 of diamonds. Here we go again with this hypnotic hand. So hard to fold. This time it's just a call. Hands for the pocket 4s is in there as well. So we've got a 3-way to this flop. Flop comes queen, trade, deuce, 2 diamonds. We got 2 flush draws. Dong, the initial raiser, he's got the best flush draw here. He also has a small hit with a pair of threes. 9527 might stick around here. He'd be in trouble if another diamond came out on the turn. Ooh, he's not calling, sir. That's a check raise. That's going to get Hands, who has the best hand, out of the hand. Now Dong's drawing. Makes it a re-raise to 4,500. These are the 2 big stacks going at it now. That was a check raise and a 3-bet. 9527. If he calls, he's the one drawing. Can he rep this queen one more time? I mean, what would check raise there? Set of 3s, set of deuces. Of course, queens would have re-raised pre-flop, but either set of 3, set of deuces, or exactly this, a flush draw. If he calls, he'll be put on a draw. And Dong's got the second nut flush draw. Plus a hit. How about a 5-bet? First time we've seen a 5-bet today. These are the 2 stacks that have monster chips. It's a 4-bet, actually. 4-bet to 48 or 8,400. And a 5-bet all in from Dong. Wow, the table suddenly become very quiet, and suddenly a smile as 9527 slaps himself on the hand for doing this. A 5-bet shove from Dong. Remember that Dong raised pre-flop, everybody called. And 9527 is going to lose a big chunk there. Wow. And Dong didn't even have to think about it. After the 4-bet. Now he shows the king 3. He had a hit and the second nut flush draw. Amazing play for Dong, who's now up to 36,000. 9527, the boss, down to 24,000. Still up in the black, though. But he's in the black by about 11,000. He was in the black by about 19,000 earlier. Man, that was explosive. And look at this. Hans is looking back at the hand. Hey, I was ahead. More diamonds. This time, Chow Hei under the gun with Jack 8 of diamonds. Using the squid as a card protector. the hang. Ace-6 of diamonds now for Tian Hao. That's at least a call. To the big blind now of Dong. Seeing a raise in the call, he's getting a pretty good price. 300 to see probably get a chance at 950. He decides to just let it go. Yeah, that would have been ambitious. So, heads up to this flop. Chao Hei versus Tian Hao. Flop comes 10-8 tray. So middle pair for Chao Hei. He's going to continue. Let's see if Tian Hao decides to float here. He won't. Shows the 8. Actually shows both cards. And the hang's picking this up, saying, oh, raising under the gun with Jack 8, huh? Everybody eyeballing the new guy at the table. There's still 6 players again. We had 7 for a brief moment before the gentleman from China, Jimmy Xu, exited when his pocket 6s ran into pocket kings. There's the cumulative winnings right now. So again, 9527 around the 9,000 mark. Was it around the 11,000 mark? Nine five two seven now. 6-4 of clubs. Raise from the dealer button here from Hans. Oh, Dong's got ace king and the small blind. So there was a raise and a call. The raise was from Daheng. And Hans with a call on the dealer button, and you can guarantee that Dong won't make any calling here. Already up to 36,000, so about 19,000 or 20,000 in cumulative earnings for Dong so far. He's made a 3-bet now to 2,000. Daheng with a quick fold, and so with Hans. And he's showing it again. Once again, this is our continuing coverage of the Squid Game here. A modest 5,100 game at the Reddragon Poker Room. When we say 5,100, it's 5,100 US dollars in the blinds. Of course, everybody bought in for 10,000. 4 people have already reloaded. We've lost one of those who has reloaded, opted not to reload for a second time in Jimmy Xu. 3 players have not yet reloaded. And the 2 players who have actually have the most chips. Dong, dealer button. After Hans had made the limp, now Dong is going to raise it with the A7. Blinds fold. So whatever it is that Hans has, we hope to see, because he's making the call out of position. Here comes the flop. It is Jack 6-5. Well, you know Dong has a miss. He does not even have a spade draw. Just has some kind of a backdoor straight draw. He's still going to continue for 300. And Hans with the fold. Hey, we got 5 minutes before we hit the midnight hour here at the Reddragon Poker Room in Jeju, Korea. My name is Noel Zarate, and this has been top-notch, high-quality action in this Squid Game. Seen 3 bets, 4 bets. Of course, a 5-bet shove earlier. That's a rare smile you're going to see from Dong, folks. He's been very serious about his business here. King Queen, 9527. Under the gun, King Queen of Hearts, no less. There's the raise to 400. The hang is going to join with King 9. So heads up now between 9527 and the hang on a board of 8, 4 tray, 2 clubs. Both have overcards and both have checked it. Turn cards the Queen of Clubs. Now this gives 9527 top pair. Although it is the third club on the board. He's going to see where he's at. 500. And the hang, who needed one more card to complete a flush, isn't going to chase. He's down to 6,100. He has not reloaded. So he's technically down 3,900 US dollars. To hand 78 we go, as we are 3 minutes away from midnight. Very entertaining. Lots of action. Xiaohei, the new guy, cut off. Folding King 6. Jack 5 on the dealer button here for the hang. Says 400. Ace 10 for Chan Hao, small blind. 3-bet to 2,000. Now Tian Hao has not reloaded. And he's going to pick it up. Up to 13,100. Still sitting on his initial investment of 10,000. So he's up 3,100. The hang, who was also not reloaded, is down about 4,000 now from his initial investment. So the question during the top of the coverage was, who's going to take down the most? It appears that the gentleman to the right of your screens has done well. He has reloaded. And he's had cumulative earnings of more than 20,000 already. See that 37,700? That's probably over 20,000 already, up 20,000. The hang is still sticking around there. There was a limp coming from Dong. The hang, we don't know what he's got. The small blind now to 9527. He's got King 7 offsuit. It's a rare call from the small blind for the hang. And hands with the option. Ace deuce, still in the red. He's going to raise. Raise to 1,300. He's still in the red, but not by much anymore. Dong's got a suited 6-5. Just limped from under the gun. Yeah, he's seen the rest of the guys come in, just flicking in calling chips. Hans decides to go for a squeeze. But it looks like the guy with the most chips is going to stick around. The hang's going to fold. 9527 is also going to fold. So big blind versus UTG. Flop is King, Jack, 10. No clubs. Whatever Dong had planned might not work here anymore, as this c-bet is for a draw. Needing a queen to complete. Dong sees no clubs. He's got no backdoor draw here. But he may have a plan. The plan is to fold. Hans once again showing his ace deuce. Got some players picking up on this pattern here from Hans. He's actually at the worst position at the table talking about Hans. He's sandwiched between the two big stacks. He has done well for himself so far. Look at all them squids. Is it time for a dealer change? Got food all over the place here. Got a fruit platter over there. Earlier we did see Tian Hao chowing away at what looked to be chicken curry. And great food here at the Landing Casino in Jeju, Shinhwa in Korea. Chao Hei under the gun. Makes a raise with queen 3 of clubs. Pocket 4s for Deheng. He's down to 4,100. He just ships it. So far, nothing until, well, 9527's not going to venture in there with ace 7 of spades. Back to the initial raiser. Chao Hei. Every time he tries, and of course, Deheng's going to show his pocket pair. Every time he tries, somebody always comes back over the top. Again, Deheng has not reloaded. A testament to his staying power here at this table, with all of the aggression happening around him. Although he did put himself into a lot of holes by just limping and just calling. This time he decides to take a stand, and it works. Ace Queen again, this time to 9527. Making the raise. Nobody so far has anything to contend with. And even Chao Hei's going to have to surrender his big blind, or will he? 9-3 into the muck. And of course, 9527 is going to show the goods. You can see it on the top of your screens. This is a cash game, folks. It's just a matter of who's going to crush the other. We've already lost one player who refused to enter for a second time or a third time. And Jimmy Xu of China. Tian Hao now under the gun. Up 3,400. Has not rebought. Has not reloaded. Limping in 4-3 of diamonds. Hands in the cutoff now with Queen 8. Lets that one go. Dong's card dead right now. He can't participate. Folding the 10-4. Chao Hei finally This could be the moment that his raise gets rewarded. Ace Jack offsuit from the small blind, making the raise. To hang with pocket fours again. This time couldn't pull the trigger. Ace Jack shown. And some old card rooms, I mean, I remember back in the day when you could actually pay the dealer to see the rabbit cards. They'd do a burn card and deal the flop. Of course, that's just slowed the game down a bit. So it's hardly done now, but of course online, you can still do that online. Folded now to hands. And the hijack just making the call. Dong's got 8-6. Itching to get in there. It's unraised, so he's coming in. It's not going to stay unraised long. Chow Hay in some kind of a mini heater right now. Picked up Ace Jack earlier. He's got Ace Queen now. It's already 350 in the middle. Going to raise it up. Looks like to 900. Oh, Tian Hao in the big blind. Might consider a defense here. He's got King 10 of spades. But he won't. He's the tightest player at the table, actually. That's going to be an easy takedown here for Chow Hay. Everybody's been showing. Not Chow Hay, though. He did show the Ace Jack earlier. Probably thinking that's enough information you guys are going to get from me for the duration of the night. Yeah, and the action continues here from the Reddragon Poker Room, hand 84. And this little 50-100 game that we have ongoing here at the Reddragon Poker Room in Jeju, Korea. Noel Zarate bringing you the action. Hopefully join tomorrow as we have this until the 4th of May, by the way. Every night at this time. Hopefully I get to be joined by Coach Ron Regis tomorrow. Raise from Dong under the gun. He's got ace-6 offsuit. To hang with just the call from the dealer button. And also joining in is 9527. Everybody's got an ace. His is a suited ace, though. Ace-4. And the flop is King 5-5. A miss for everybody. Everybody still got ace high. Ace-10 still ahead as that kicker plays. Goes check, check. And the kicker will no longer play. If it went to showdown now. So a backdoor flush draw developing here for 9527 as that Jack of Hearts hits the turn. Dong's got nothing here to continue with except ace high. That's a raise at 2100. Here we go again with these two big stacks. Dong earlier made a 5-bet shove with a second nut flush draw. This time he's only got ace high. It's 9527 who has the nut flush draw. He's going to make the call. If a black comes out, they're splitting this pot. And a black does come out. So this is now officially a split pot. Now the question is, who is going to take a stab at this? Remember that Dong had just made a 3-bet, and it'll be a chop. And The Hang is probably saying, wow, I should have had a piece of that. Would have been a three-way chop. So 225 each. Of course, there is no 25 chips, so one of them is going to get the odd chip. That's one of the things I hope that the graphics, not particularly for this coverage, but when there are chops that involve an odd chip, because graphically they put it as an odd chip, and they don't put it as an odd chip, they put it as an exact split. So these guys are going to start having 25s in their ledger when the odd chip is actually awarded to the guy closest to the dealer button. And maybe will affect their stack. Of course, we hope that it doesn't. Yeah, they're still putting it in 0.6 or point, so it shouldn't really be much of an issue. Ah, Chow Hey. This is the fourth time we've seen aces, and the first time it does not belong into the holdings of, oh my goodness, he just limped it. Of course, Dong had the previous three aces. Chow Hey has just limped. And declaration of all in, it appears, or a raise to 500. Just a raise to 500 with the pocket queens for the Hang. Tian Hao folding. Looks like everybody's got to get out of the way here. Let's see if Chow Hey just flats this. He knows he could be up against a big hand because it's a short stack making the raise. Ah, no, he is going to make it more. That's going to be a 3-bet. That's going to force the Hang to go all in and a quick call. Aces versus queens. Wow, the Hang, that's the best hand he's seen all day. And he runs into a better hand. Third best starting hand in no limit hold'em with the Hang and pocket queens against the best starting hand in no limit hold'em with Chow Hey, who just joined this table. Not quite sure if the Hang would like to reload if he does go on to lose this. He does have two more outs. None of them showing up at this moment. Just needing a queen. And one queen's already been folded. That means it's not going to help him. So looks like it is curtains. Does he leave the squid? Yeah, gives it over to the guy who beat him. I think you're supposed to give it to the tournament director because there should only be 5 squids at the table. Well, he left it. So that's going to be it for the Hang. You have 5 players left. So the Hang, who did not rebuy, opts not to this time. His night is done. Could see him again tomorrow. Chow Hey under the gun now. Jack 10 of diamonds. Puts in the raise. Hands getting a little adventurous here with King 4 on the small blind. It's going to drag Dong into this pot with Queen 6. He is dragged in. So we got a 3-way ongoing here. Flop is Ace, King 8. Hans has taken the lead with a pair of kings. A gut shot for Chow Hey. And just Queen High for Dong. Chow Hey is going to continue for 750. How about that? A fold from Hans. That ace scared him so much that he was going to check out the turn. That was a gut shot, though, and a good play coming from Chao Hei. So Chao Hei in the black as well. He had just joined this table about a half an hour ago. Or was it an hour ago? Because local time is now 12:16. It is already April 28th. Again, we will be with you until the 4th. That actually transmutes into the 5th of May. Nightly. Beginning 6:30 local time. Tiao Han. Under the gun with Ace King. He had this before, but this time just limps it. When the tightest player at the table comes in for a limp, sort of raises alarm bells, right? Dong joins and Chao Hei with an ace. Oh, that's not the card protector is not a squid. It's his personal card protector. Might be a BB-8, so he decides to check his option.